This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking in here this morning, this Tuesday morning, October 28, 2025. We're seeing a tragedy here live on that infrared satellite, really, because of exactly what we know is going to be happening and really worsening here as we look toward Jamaica, and that is the impact of this catastrophic Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. Again, just a tragic storm. You can see here how well put together it is, and it's going to be impacting Jamaica with that direct landfall here soon as one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded in global history. Just awful here, folks. Just sobering. I know it's just a bizarre situation here in that, we look across the world and you have the low pressures here in meteorology, and this is one of the lowest here to ever be hidden land. It's at its worst, strongest state here right now. I know we have the logo red. We're keeping it red after what we had with some local concerns yesterday. Generally, something not hitting the United States, maybe we wouldn't, but this here is just, one of the worst things we've ever seen in meteorology, quite honestly. There's going to be devastation all over the place here. I know it's going more toward Montego Bay. That's on the north side where that one window arrow is and was. It went away. And then to the east there, the other wind arrow, which is not showing up right now at the end of this loop, that is where you have Kingston here in Jamaica. There's other cities as well as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. It's just a very sobering situation. I know. Looking at some of the mapping here this morning, this is in the vicinity where the landfall is at Treasure Beach as we're looking Black River as well. Here for perspective, some of those communities here that are just going to be getting the full brunt of an eye wall that is going to be worse in terms of winds than Michael, worse than Andrew, talking about when those hit the U.S., worse than those storms, worse than Camille in 69. We're talking about just something that, these areas here as we look toward Jamaica, it's something that is going to be just total devastation. We're talking about winds that equate to what we had with Dorian in the Bahamas, where literally buildings were just shredded to pieces here. Now, the thing about the Bahamas is sometimes it's a little bit more spread out here. I know that was even maybe a slower moving system in some ways in terms of when it was actually over them. But as we're looking at this system here, this is, a full 4 geographic landmass here. So we're talking about this, people, communities all over the place. Some areas as we get further up, mountainous areas where this flooding rainfall is just going to be horrific here, folks. Let me read some of the information the Hurricane Center sent out just a little while ago. In fact, as I do that, let me go ahead and pull up the graphics here. I'm going to go ahead and pull the graphic source in after we watch this loop one more time. Again, it's just unbelievably sobering here this morning. As we say, maximum sustained winds 185 miles an hour. The minimum central pressure under 900 millibars. We're up there as one of the worst ever anywhere in the Atlantic. And those maybe weren't necessarily hidden at their peak here. Some of them were, but those weren't, under 900 type of minimum central pressures. This is just absolutely astounding in a terrible, terrible way here, folks. Again, one of the strongest landfall and hurricanes in the history of the globe. You're talking about 185 max sustained. I know we put it out a couple of days ago, gust 150. I was confident in that. Well, instead of that, now we're seeing gust over 200 miles an hour here for Jamaica. That's worse than an EF5 tornado, and we're going to be seeing more spatial coverage and more of, that being a longer period of time. This is moving a little bit north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. It's moving just a tad bit, maybe more than what we thought it would as it was getting closer. I know that's kind of something here where it's a give and take in some ways. Because it might not you get disrupted as much as it gets all the way to the north side of Jamaica as we're looking here at things. As we're tracking things, I know Guantanamo Bay is going to get it pretty hard as well up in Cuba there eventually, but not hitting the U.S. here as we look ahead. But, the flooding rains are still going to be just absolutely disastrous. It's not going to be, really a situation we're going to see much aid with that. But in terms of the in terms of the rainfall numbers instead of, peaking out maybe at one number we get a little bit lower, but we're still talking about feet of rain, many feet of rain. We're talking about landslides, mudslides all over the place. We think it might be moving a little slower as it was going across, but that's still for a Cat 5 hurricane. Uh, which obviously when you have a Cat 5 hurricane, it doesn't matter how fast it's moving; it's going to cause devastation here. I mean, there's really not any silver linings, and so I'm trying to honestly be, finding one, but there's really not any here. I mean, the movement's a little faster than we thought it might be the other day when it was coming across, so it might reduce the rainfall numbers a little, but it's not going to make much of a difference. We're just going to have, just complete communities. I mean, you're just going to have piles of rubble all over the place, and you just got to hope people get out of these areas that were going to get it the worst, because otherwise, sadly, I mean, we're probably going to be having rescuers eventually find bodies here. That's how bad this is, folks, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. And the information from the Hurricane Center at the 10 o'clock hour, they're doing hourly updates because this is so bad. A lot of times they only do that when it's hitting the U.S. here or something. But this is a situation where catastrophic winds moving on shore in southern Jamaica. That last chance to protect your life is really kind of, that time frame is kind of wrapping up right now. That kind of ad lib since we're a half hour past this. So this has moved some here now. As that we don't have radar that we can show you, but I know there has been some radar in Jamaica that some folks have been looking at over there. But as we're looking at things here in the world of meteorology, but this is a situation here where as you look and as you track things are moving. Some of the eyewalls coming on shore, but some areas still haven't got into that yet. But the Hurricane Center, our United States Weather Service talking about here, as we're looking at things here in the U.S. with different statements, the National Hurricane Center based out of Miami, saying this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. That's, the type of wording you get in those, tornado emergencies, give or take here in the U.S. as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Again, just, that's this type of wording you don't really see, very much in hurricanes. But the failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. Residents in Jamaica that experience the ice and not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall of Melissa here, folks. I mean, because it's just going to get total calm here. I mean, it's daytime, so it's probably going to be for the storm chaser that they're going to be able to get a signal out when this is happening. But, probably video we'll see later on, days, weeks down the line when they're hopefully rescued out of there, they get out of there and the like. You'll just have total sunshine there since this is heading during the day. It's just absolutely, unbelievable here as we're looking, the winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall of Melissa. So you just got to be aware of that, obviously. You just got to be aware of that as we're looking and as we're tracking things here, folks. You just have to be very, very cognizant of that fact here. I know, just to protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls, and I doubt many people are getting internet over there at this point, especially, able to watch a stream like this, but for people that maybe somehow haven't lost connectivity, the tips here are just to protect yourself from wind. The best thing you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside and the outside there. It's just about trying to do that. I know during Hurricane Andrew in '92, it was really hard for TV stations to get across messages in the worst. And Brian Norcross, he was there, he had different methods there at the radio and the like, so people would be able to get some messages there, and he was talking about putting a mattress over your head here. That's what you need to do right now. That's what the Hurricane Center is recommending, really. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can also avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building there. I mean, trees are going to be falling left and right. We're going to have mudslides everywhere, in these areas with that rain that's most vulnerable. The wind right now, this is where we have the vulnerability, that's going to be really caused here the most by the hazards at this moment. We have the storm surge toward the eastern side, even of Jamaica, with that being pushed in, along the southern coast. So I know, but just an interior room without windows, ideally. One where you can also avoid fallen trees is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft find that Melissa continues to strengthen with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles an hour. The minimum central pressure has fallen to 892 millibars, which is 26.34 inches, based on NOAA and Hurricane Hunter aircraft reserve data there. I know they're out there, trying to get measurements. It's very tough for them. And just to add some more here, on this as we just look at this information here. I know if you have a flood, in these areas, if you're trying to get to the attic, you need to get all the way to the roof here after the, winds are dying down, or it's very tough. That's the thing. We have to have some mixed messaging here because we're going to have a historic flood, historic wind, along the southern coast, at least historic storm surge there to the east of the center near and to the east of the center. So there's just so many hazards. I just don't know, how a lot of people are going to be able to survive this, quite honestly, based on just, some of these areas, just the overall geography, it's just going to be so tough. And next update, the full advisory package coming out at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But we have this, the center is 255 miles southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba there. The maximum sustained wind is 185 miles an hour. The present movement north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. That minimum central pressure, an astounding 892 millibars here, folks. Again, this is just absolutely awful, awful, awful stuff. I know this, again, not impacting the continental U.S. It did have some influence on that rain towards central Florida on Sunday that, was way worse with the amounts that the models were predicting there, not seeing how low and high, the pressures were in contrast there. And then we had that tornado threat, western areas there yesterday morning. But I know folks like John and Thomas and Top Cat and watching on YouTube, I appreciate you guys tuning in here this morning, trusting me with this special report, and then we'll just have the infrared satellite kind of running here as we look ahead into the timeline, because we don't have, there's just only so much we can get in terms of information out of there indoor Jamaica. We don't have radar. We don't have really METARs. There's only so much we can talk about with this, because it's just gonna be an absolutely awful, awful, awful situation here, though. Now, another thing I want to show, though, before I go through some more, and then, again, eventually we'll switch you back to infrared and leave it there. But I want to show you the visible satellite, because this is happening during the day. We don't always have this with these historic storms. We did with Michael. Andrew hit during the night. There are 92 in terms of ones when you compare it to the U.S., to continental U.S. here, because that's what we're more familiar with. But what I want to show you right now is visible satellite, as you see, and it'll loop back around the sun, how it came up on this, and this is how it looks from space. And the other, it's an enhanced view with the different colors. This is actually how it came up there as the sun came up this morning there. And you see that eye has that stadium effect. We had that during Hurricane Ian there toward southwest Florida, for instance. I remember talking about that live on the air here, folks, with you. Stadium effect down there. As this is, again, just an awful, awful situation. It's 81 degrees, by the way, Kingston. We're still getting some readings from there. As I pull some of that on, I'm going to switch this back around. Again, I'm just trying to see if we can get some different measurements. So Kingston, their winds are not as terrible as other areas here, further toward the west, like no doubt Treasure Beach. I know Montego Bay going to get it, so badly there. As we pull on some of the other information, the Hurricane Hunter's in there. That's what that looping pattern is. You see where it's kind of headed there. I know in terms of that track, the purple area is the strongest winds, the red still bad. And then now Kingston, for rescue efforts to come into the airport. I know that surge is going to be, and I don't have exact numbers there, but, that surge there are in the bad slot for that. But hopefully that'll be a kind of a port somehow to get people in, to help out rescuers from around the world, and, the mutual aid there, and just the supplies. This is just going to be one of the worst things that's ever happened in meteorology, I mean, we've had earthquakes and tsunamis, and those are, meteorology, and those are up there as well. But in terms of tropical cyclones, this is one of the worst we've ever seen in our, in recorded history, and it's going to be one of the worst we'll probably see in our lifetimes here across Earth. I know, I remember when we were watching this Saturday, it was a tropical storm that strengthened very quickly to a Cat 4. That's a reminder, we've had that with like other storms in the basin, like Michael, how they'll forecast, nowadays they'll generally pick up on that. We didn't really have that, I know, toward Mexico a couple years ago. We were looking at some, issues with, that not being picked up. But in general, we'll have some heads up on that. But sometimes things happen even quicker than this with these Cat 5s, and that they'll kind of develop, and in a few days they'll hit. So sometimes there's even less time to prepare than what we had from this one here, folks. That's why you always got to have that hurricane kit up to date for like our local viewers. I know we're at the tail end of the hurricane season at this point, but it's just a reminder that one day we could have a, big problem here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. But, Melissa here just, sadly, and this sounds kind of, I mean, I'm trying to use the right phrasing, but really, sadly, this eye, really is gonna be, just something here where, once that's over, it's gonna be making landfall. But what I was gonna say is that really, sadly, it has its eye on devastation, and I almost feel, it's almost not, the right thing to say, but that's true, sadly, here with this overall meteorology. Again, just absolutely awful here. Just an absolutely awful, awful situation. As we're looking, we said, Thursday night, evacuate Jamaica if possible. And, this is why we knew that things were going to be bad. It's even worse than, anybody could ever imagine. But we knew it was going to be terrible. We knew it was going to be a life-changing event. Even in the Cat 3 or 4, I know Gilbert in 88 was very bad there. This is going to be much worse for some areas. I mean, it's not hidden, right in the center of Jamaica. So, I mean, there'll be some areas that say, maybe on the far eastern fringe it wasn't near as bad. But some areas near that eye wall here are going to say, if they make it through it, I mean, as bad as it sounds, if they make it through it, it's going to be the worst thing they probably will ever experience in their lives in terms of weather, in terms of, a natural disaster. As I pull up the name list here, again, there's Melissa. We had, some other Cat 5s in the basin as well, but this one's actually a hidden land here, folks. This is hidden, a country of millions of people in the Caribbean, and it's not part of the United States, like Puerto Rico is, but this is going to cause devastation. This is a human tragedy. You think of, Indonesia in '04 with that tsunami. This isn't a tsunami, but this is still up there in terms of natural disaster tragedies in our lifetime. The death toll hopefully won't be anywhere near that. That was, all of a sudden, and yet 250,000 lose their life. And there has been, warning for days about this, but we're still going to be talking about, no doubt, human tragedies here, just all over the place as we're looking here, especially to the western and central part. The flooding range still on the eastern side. We don't have like radar to see exactly how, like we can't just say the rainfall estimates like we could around here, so we're kind of limited, but, at that. But, just knowing about Michael and the like, that eye wall, you're going to be talking about just, it's going to be tornado, highest end type of tornado-like damage, and we're talking about gust to EF5 tornado strength here. So, this is the tornado scale, and, I need to fix that there real quick, but again, let me go ahead and switch that around here and pull this up again. So this is the tornado scale as we're looking and tracking things here as we give you guys the very latest. It's something I wouldn't plan on pulling up, but it's just says these are tornado-like winds, but this is a hurricane, folks. Tornado only moves through, the worst maybe for just, it says 3-second wind gust estimates. We're talking about winds, gusting, longer than that here in some cases. And if nothing else, in a tornado, the winds just kind of let up. This isn't going to be letting up here until you get in the eye, and you get the other half of it as well here, folks. As we go ahead and see now the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, 157 is a Cat 5. You see the damage from Michael in the background there in 2018 at Tyndall Air Force Base. We're talking about 185 miles an hour with the winds here, folks. 185 sustained. So we're, there's not a Category 6, in meteorology here, meteorology, like, just like tornado scale there. You don't have like a category 6 there, with the wind scale. You don't have an EF6, but it's something where we're very high up there. I mean, it's just, just mind boggling how bad this is going to be here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Again, just an awful, awful, awful situation as we're looking. Again, 185 sustained, that, and gust, that means well over 200 miles an hour. Again, this is absolutely awful here, folks. Absolutely awful. Mind-boggling, tragic. Every adjective you can use to describe this. Again, you can see Jamaica there. Again, we're just looking at here the overall view. You can kind of see that stadium effect. We're waiting for the official landfall. It's when the center of the eye crosses land here. It may actually be a little bit longer, but that eye wall is unrelenting there. Some of those areas, no doubt, as we're looking in there. I'm going to go ahead and kind of pause this right now and switch it back over toward the infrared. And, we're going to be watching to see that eye crossing. Now, let me switch it over to this meso view because it updates a little quicker, but sometimes it loses frames, so I didn't want to use that on our loop. It's a little bit ahead. We don't have radar, so that eye wall definitely on that coast, it would seem there, though, right now. I know there's storm chasers there in some of these areas, and it's going to be very bad for them. I doubt, going to be getting internet. If they still are, they're probably not going to be getting it for much longer here. It's going to be very hard to communicate, obviously. I know there are, maybe Starlink satellite, devices, maybe that can help as they're looking there. But, I know on our maps we don't even have any names. I had to actually put Jamaica on here different. If you noticed a minute ago, I have to have it in our screen here. It's an odd way to have to do it, but I had to put it in here and just not move this around because our system, outside the U.S. doesn't actually plot the country. So I have it on here plotted so that way it's not like you're looking at a blank map here, at least. So you guys can kind of see what's going on here in Jamaica. And we just got a new update. So let me see what they said here. The Hurricane Center in Miami, here in the U.S. So they're updating things on this tragedy in Jamaica. They're still going 185 sustained. They're seeing extremely dangerous Category 5 Melissa about to make landfall in Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge occurring on the island here. We're talking about the location there, about 235 miles southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba there. The maximum sustained winds 185 miles an hour. I know, but this eye wall, though, as I kind of, before I get back to the advisory, I know it's impacting some of these areas here. We don't have radar, we don't have the advanced mapping to show, but I can look at some of it behind the scenes that I have pulled up here. This is kind of around some of these areas, like the community of Bluefields there, Belmont, as we're kind of looking, give or take in there. Some of these areas, it's just going to never be the same. The community of Crawford there in parts of Jamaica, the Black River. Just kind of trying to give you some geographic descriptions here of some of these communities being impacted by this historic global tragedy here. This is something, again, it's just hard to put into words, quite frankly, how bad this is going to be here, folks. How bad this is going to be as we're looking. Again, we appreciate everybody tuning in. Cheryl there on Facebook, thanks so much for watching as we go ahead and continue to give you guys the latest here on this historic Category 5 disaster here in Jamaica. Again, just an awful, awful situation as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Just something that is just unfathomable. A hurricane warning effect for Jamaica. I know sites, the one thing in more modern times that may be compared to is Dorian, similar numbers with the wind on that, but we're talking about a bigger geographic space really versus islands here and there. This is a big island here, obviously, if you want to call that an island country together geographically. So it's not going to be, it's just it's not going to be hit really something where you have some of the islands one thing, and then there's space where it's really bad, but there's nobody there. You have people all over the place here. Granted, the eastern side, Kingston may not get it as bad as they could have, since it's heading a little more west than what we were thinking maybe the other day in Jamaica. But these areas out here are just going to be total disaster areas, to be quite honest here. Jamaica, hurricane warning, Cuba, some of the different provinces that are like Guantanamo, a tropical storm warning in Haiti. As we're reading some of the information here, higher gusts well over 200 miles an hour, but the hurricane force winds only extend outward up to about 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 195 miles. There, as we're looking, the minimum central pressure 892 millibars. Extremely dangerous hurricane here. As we're looking and tracking things, I know if you're watching this here live, it is 10:56 Eastern daylight time here. They may be using standard time because I was looking over. That's why I didn't want to leave the clock up. But 10:56 a.m. Eastern daylight time, as we're watching here live in the United States here in north central Florida. I know we had storms like Idalia and Helene. Helene was very bad. The mountains in North Carolina had big problems. Well, here there has been many days of adequate warning, and sadly it's going to probably be even worse somehow than what it was in North Carolina. I don't know how it can get much worse than what it was in western North Carolina last year after Helene. I mean, all that storm surge in our coastal zones there from Helene. Somehow this is a quite a bit stronger than Helene. That was a Cat 4. This is a Cat 5. I mean, very, we're almost 30 miles above the threshold for this to be a Category 5. I mean, Michael wasn't designated the Cat 5 until after the fact here, folks, and it was still horrific there out toward, areas there like Mexico Beach and Tyndall Air Force Base and Panama City there. You think of some of those different communities in there in toward the Florida Panhandle there in 2018. That's one to kind of compare it to in Florida, but this is going to be quite a bit worse. Quite a bit worse here, folks, if you can believe it. As we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Let me pull on visible here, and then we'll pull on water vapor. That just shows you how much moisture there is in the upper levels of the atmosphere. But let me go ahead and put on visible here. This is on that more updated type of view, as we're just seeing that stadium effect here. Again, that just shows you how well put together this disastrous hurricane is. As we're looking and as we're tracking things, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest. And you think of Michael. Let me just show you some. If you haven't watched me before, I wanted to show you some pictures from Michael again. I went out there a couple months after it happened, and the wind damage from Michael, we had winds to about 160 sustained. Here we have winds to 185, so quite a bit higher, as you go up, pretty even. It didn't even sound like a big difference. Both are just terrible, but somehow it's quite a bit worse even, just in terms of this type of wind. I'm going to show you some of the damage from Michael here in Florida, and then you think something quite a bit worse than this here. As you look, this is a Cat 5 that caused catastrophic damage in the Florida Panhandle there. This was Panama City there as we were looking. But, that was sustained 160 with higher gusts. This is what we're dealing with today. Sustained 185 with higher gusts, 25 miles an hour higher than Michael here, folks. And, it's just unfathomable. This is Tyndall Air Force Base, and, aftermath, all these trees snapped. Just down all over the place, even into Georgia. This is just some of the damage pictures, closer, just right at the immediate coast there, Mexico Beach. And then you look here, another view from Mexico Beach, and you think about, it's just going to be much, much worse there. Somehow, this is just terrible. This is a disaster. This is a crisis that Michael was. Not trying to downplay it by any stretch here. This is, one to compare it to in Florida in recent memory, but it's going to be worse. We're talking about total communities is flattened here. We're talking about, I don't have the pictures in here of, just different tornadoes like the Joplin tornado, but over a wider area, winds over 200 miles an hour and gust here. Michael, in terms of some of the numbers, you might have been pretty close, but you're talking about well over that with the storm system Melissa in Jamaica here this morning. as we continue to look and continue to track here, continue to give you the latest. It's 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time as we're looking. I believe they're in Eastern Standard Time is what I understand it as here. So it would be 10 a.m. over there as we're looking and as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest in our time here, changed this week. They don't change their clocks apparently in the Caribbean, as generally here. So they're an hour earlier than us down there right now. Of course, we're going to be changing our clocks this weekend here as we get the extra hour of sleep. But as you're looking at things down here, and we just think about different things. I know we have weather radio here. We change our batteries in them twice a year when we have the time change. Well, down there, I know they have some different communication methods, but even if they had that, a lot of those sites are probably going offline at this point because this is just, unfathomable. I can't say it, but it's just terrible here. Unfathomable, type of winds coming on in here as we're looking and as we're tracking things in Jamaica this morning. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. You can see the infrared view of this. Again, just an awful, awful sight as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. As we look through some of the different information here, let me go ahead and I want to compare it now. This is not, hitting the continental U.S. and this doesn't include storms like Maria, which would be, pretty high. I think 155 miles an hour on this graph, and that's what Puerto Rico got hit by there. That's what hit Puerto Rico there. Maria, the sustained winds were 155, and we know some folks didn't have power for a year, give or take out there. We're talking about 185 with this, so 30 miles an hour stronger. But then in terms of comparing this to some of the names in the continental U.S. in terms of the hurricanes that have hit over the decades here. Let's see this graphic now that we've used. That's more that, the image we were showing you the same picture from Mexico Beach earlier, that's in the background. But you see Labor Day 1935, that, was a system there. As we were looking with 185 max sustain. That's the only one that's, really in the same realm here of what we, are seeing right now toward Jamaica here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. The pressure there, I think it was the same actually. That was one. That's the only one that's hidden, and has hit the continental U.S. that is, comparable here as we're looking and tracking things. The wind and the pressure the same actually. But other than that, we don't have any that have hit the U.S. this strong. That Labor Day hurricane, it hit down there toward the Florida Keys. It came up and it was a little weaker as it came along the west coast and then eventually up into toward our area here, in toward North Florida. But it was a storm system there, which is just so tragic. And of course back then you don't have as much population, especially maybe in the Keys, and we still had, based on different reports and don't have the exact numbers. It was 90 years ago, around that Labor Day, but over 400 fatalities from that there as we were looking at that. And I mean, this is probably going to be, with so many people in that area in Jamaica, though, this is probably going to be quite a bit worse, quite a bit worse than that. But somehow hope it's not. We don't ever want to be really comparing numbers like that. But I know. Let me look at the number of fatalities during Dorian. As we had that tragedy. Of course, his name will be retired. We're never going to be using Melissa again as we're looking there. I know there were quite a few people missing in Dorian. They never were, they don't know. I mean, dozens of fatalities there, but there were hundreds of people missing, based on some of the different reporting here. So that might be something we deal with here too in Jamaica, sadly. As some people probably just get sadly swept out to sea even. It's just, the flooding. It's just so many different facets of this are just terrible. But you see Camille in 69, this is worse than that, worse than Andrew, worse than Michael, worse than Ian here. Even though those were all terrible storms, some of the worst that ever hit the continental U.S. The Sydney U.S. with Jamaica we're talking about, but we're talking about a storm system here with Melissa. That's worse than some of these others. I know 7 others here. I believe Charlie was one of those. Let me get my list up here. Make sure I get this right in terms of those others at 150 miles an hour max sustained when they hit. I want to make sure I get this right here this morning. And that's Charlie was one of them there in 04 that hit that Punta Gorda area, even though Ian had the same winds. Let me just double check that here because Charlie was quite a bit stronger even though. Or Ian. Let me back that up. Ian was a lot worse, and even though it was similar winds. The size of it there made that surge so much worse, along the coast there, so much worse for those areas as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Just kind of looking here. You think of Laura recently, Hurricane Laura there toward Lake Charles in Louisiana, that was 150. You also had Ida there toward the eastern parts of Louisiana, around New Orleans, give or take. In 2021, that was 150 miles an hour there. So those are some of the others, versus Ian's the most recent. That's why that's on that graphic. But at one point, it was about storms like Laura and Ida there. We've had so many of 150 here lately hitting the continental U.S., but what we're talking about right now is 185 miles an hour here. Max sustained as we're looking, as we're tracking. Again, just a human tragedy here, no doubt, as we look here at some of this information in terms of, I know we'll get different updates on this, but this was forecast about, looks like 8 a.m. our time. Those rainfall estimates, ahead 20 to 30 additional inches there in parts of Jamaica, in the worst, and in some of these areas even further east, even closer to Kingston, you're still talking about a foot or so. More, a minimum as of earlier this morning. In addition to it had already fallen out ahead, as they were, getting all that tropical moisture ahead, and it's something that, how we can have it around here, like different storms, things can be more localized with some of this rainfall here, in bands. So this is just a broad brush. Even in Cuba, though, some areas could get 20 inches. We talk about areas around Guantanamo Bay there in Cuba, for instance. That's something folks in the U.S. are familiar with, obviously, in terms of the military. But as you're looking here, it's just going to be something where, these rainfall numbers, some areas will get way more, even than what this is showing in terms of pockets. Areas here maybe a 40 inch, and then some areas close by might only get 20. Only 20. That's terrible to even say it like that. But in the grand scheme of things, for comparison's sake, that's kind of how we have to look at it here. And as we track it, that's kind of how things are here overall. So as we look back at the infrared satellite here this morning, again, that official landfall will be designated soon. That official landfall will be designated here soon with our historic storm, with historic Melissa here. Again, it's just a very sobering sight, obviously, as we're looking and tracking things. I pull the visible satellite in here. Again, it's just, the type of devastation that's going to be done. It's just an awful, awful thing. Let me go ahead and check some more information here as we continue along. Just see if there's any more information that I can give you guys. As it's just only so much we can get out, about this, since it is hitting an area here where we don't have like radar on our other source. There has been radar out of there, but we don't have, we don't actually have the actual, radar there that we can show you up on the screen and see like velocity and got really hyper local, can't see rainfall total. There's, a lot of limitations, even in Puerto Rico there's some, and when the radar went down it was a situation when there's more, but there's only so much without that so on here that we can really, help you guys with in that regard. Let me just see if there's anything I can kind of pull up on another mode or something. As we're looking, as we're tracking here. Try some different things. Making sure there's no radar I can pull in somehow. Bear with me here. It's just a one-man band, but it's all about keeping you guys up to date here. Just trying to watch things. Yeah, I think there's still a radar around Guantanamo Bay, but it just says rain. You can't really, at least from what I saw here, a lot of different, sources for radar compared to what we generally have, that would be in our system. Again, just seeing crazy wind numbers here. As we're looking and as we're tracking things. Just trying to look at some of the information as it comes on in. The Hurricane Center calling us an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation and to take cover now. I know, it's just obviously just absolutely awful. Just absolutely awful. Let me go ahead and I'm going to make this full screen and just kind of take this here in just a moment. Bear with me here. As I'm reading some things, I just want to look at some of the different numbers though. On my end, I know as we look ahead, in 24 hours from now, expecting still a Category 3 hurricane with 115 miles an hour max sustained winds there as this gets up toward Cuba, eastern Cuba there. So still very strong, but not as strong. It used to be a little bit stronger before, Canat landfall in toward Cuba as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline here. But it's going to be disrupted a little bit by Jamaica as we're looking, and then this the overall pattern going to be going over parts of the Bahamas here later Wednesday as we're looking at things, and by then expecting a max sustained wind still up there. I mean, maybe close to 100 miles an hour-ish or so, which is still very, significant, obviously, as we're looking at things here. I'm just trying to look at some of these numbers here. If we look at them in toward the timeline, if we keep giving you guys the very latest, it starts to really pick up that speed here, so I have to look, and I'm looking at some of my different sources, just trying to look at things the best I can, obviously. It's a really nasty situation. Just checking some different informational details here as we watch this historic storm. Bear with me here, I'm just trying to check some different things. Again, we're talking about a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane here, folks. just a very serious situation, as serious as it ever gets really in meteorology. As we go back on over here to the infrared here satellite, it just tells that story. This is a textbook view of what you would see here. Textbook view of what you would see here for some of the strongest hurricanes, you know, and what does the hurricane in the worst way really looks like. It's just absolutely awful. I know up here we have the different, you know, things going on with the squeeze play. We do have a current threat, coastal flood advisory here up toward our area, you know, but it's a situation here where we're not getting direct impacts, obviously, in northeast Florida, southeast Georgia. As we watch this system here, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of switch some things up here. I know I have the US view on here now. I'm gonna zoom out for a bit as we look at some of the information. I'm just trying to check some things. The data only goes out so far down here, like significant turner parameter. It starts south at Cuba there. You see some of that if you look real closely, some of those rotational parameters on that northeastern side, and there's a better look at that on one view and another view here, some of the different parameters in play. But let me go ahead and switch some things up here. Again, this is all on the fly. Not generally used to having to talk about something like this, you know, anywhere, but in the Caribbean, obviously we don't have all the different tools like what we would have here to say if it's in the US, but still very important to talk about here. You can see this is the overall thinking here. This kind of track goes from a 5 to a 4 to a 3 to, you know, Cat 2 there as you look, but still very volatile. And you see it way out there in the Atlantic seems to be the expectation right now versus anywhere close to the continental U.S., which is some good news. I know for perspective here, geographically, Puerto Rico's over here, so way to the west of them, but the Dominican Republic and Haiti have got some impacts. I mean, Puerto Rico was, you know, closer to it there in some ways with some of that moisture at one point. As we're looking here, and as I look at this, let me see if there's any type of like flood watch down there or something. There's a rough current statement for the northern part, but because, you know, it's something we don't really look at too much, but I was just kind of wondering if, as we, you know, eventually some of this moisture, as it, you know, was going somewhat east, if it would kind of, they would get the tail end of that, maybe. Yeah, actually, that looks more likely when I look at it like that. But they might get in the tail end of some of that, but it wouldn't be anything, you know, with the, you know, winds. It would be just, you know, the tail end of this, maybe, as it got across there. Again, it's hard to kind of judge even from that broader perspective, but I mean, looking at some of the rain chances there. Let me get to the western part of Puerto Rico real quick, looking at some of these forecasts. It's just kind of hard to just judge here like this. I mean, yeah, the numbers are actually only 40 or 50%. I'll go ahead, you know, we don't have the radar up, so it's obviously a little bit harder. As I'm looking at things, as I'm tracking them. Let me put some model guidance on. That'll be kind of a simulated radar for you. Just may kind of put that on at least. This is the model guidance that can help us out some as we're looking at things here, as we're tracking them. You see that progressing, obviously, with this hurricane. By the way, these hurricane hunters, if you're looking here, these purple dots down here, I find just incredible winds. It's awful, awful stuff. But it's a simulated radar tomorrow. We watch that progressing. We monitor all that. It's kind of like sowing too much moisture get down toward Puerto Rico there on the tail end. Maybe, you know, eventually some showers, but, you know, the angle of this is further out with that. So that's the good news as we're looking at that. But you kind of track it all the way up here on the fly. Again, it's kind of hard, you know, when you look at Puerto Rico and the models here. It's not, you know, it's way different, you know, in geographic terms, you know, compared to around here. So, you know, their forecast not going to be, you know, even the climate can be similar. I mean, you know, the forecast can be and a lot of times is way different. You see the front, by the way, that's going to cool us off coming through here, if you're wondering, toward our local area. That's, helping to keep this away, by the way. So that's the good news. That's some good news that's helping to keep this away from us in this overall pattern. And we'll take that. I mean, you are going to get very chilly, though, here locally in North Florida and South Georgia as we look ahead into the timeline. But you can kind of see that line even as it sees to Florida eventually. But we're talking about temperatures here. I mean, some of our, counties, like let's say Leon County around Tallahassee, we could be talking about, those readings getting closer to those upper 30s even, not out of the question, especially in South Georgia. I mean, when it cools off there at night in the more rural areas. That'll be interesting to see as we get toward the weekend, toward Halloween there, and toward the timeline. But as we continue to give you the latest, I'll get over here. I'll pull up just some of the model guidance that I can. I'm going to back this all the way up here. This is how the approach of it would look, similar to this on radar. It's a little off even because it says it already, at 11 a.m. our time here in the eastern U.S. Hitting, and it's not quite doing that. You just see the simulation here of this. I mean, that's, later tonight already getting up there. Maybe even this is kind of a little bit quicker, I think, than the Hurricane Center. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a little quicker than what they have on the DFS American model. Because the 2 timestamps, and it's probably going to move a little slower than what the American model has. I'll check some other models here as we try to go through everything we have here in the Weather Center in terms of the data. Some of these areas here just not covered by some of these models that we have. Definitely, these high-res models. I mean, some of this you see on the fringes. That's why there's nothing down there. The DFS is the only one I can pull up in here that says that, because it's a global model. So it's not, just focused. And that's like, with high-res models like HRRR, for that rain we had in Central Florida the other day, we had the influence from the different, pressure contrast. But, it's not actually looking at Melissa there in the HRRR with the simulation. So, that kind of tricks us, in some ways in terms of the rain being amplified here. I mean, it's not simulating it directly. So as we go ahead and look at things here, as we track things, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on this historic hurricane, catastrophic, devastating, any adjective you want to use here. It's just absolutely awful. The images that we're going to see out of there are going to be awful, obviously. This is just a terrible, terrible thing. Again, the Hurricane Center telling people to take cover now. I'm going to show you their key messages graphic they put out on social media here just a little while ago. So let me go ahead and pull that up here on our other source. I don't know, some of the stuff's kind of, covering that on our screen, but they're just saying this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Catastrophic there. Winds with total structural failure. I know they misspelled that there, but there's just, so much going on. They're saying that's likely near the path of Melissa's center. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslide, and devastating, situations. We're talking about destructive winds expected across the remainder of the island, causing widespread infrastructure damage, power and communication outages, and isolated, communities, and that they're just going to be cut off from one another. And along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected through the day. Haiti and the Dominican Republic still having some problems, with the, concerns ahead. Eastern Cuba still problems. Bahamas some problems as well. As we're looking here and as we're tracking things. In fact, I'll pull this ahead here. I'll pull this ahead. Should be able to see this a little bit better. Take off the logo for a second. You can kind of see some of the information that we're looking at here, obviously. with this life-threatening hurricane. This information from NOAA, from the NASA Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center. So, again, just trying to keep you guys updated here in that regard with a historic scenario, obviously, in such a terrible, terrible way here for Jamaica. It's just gonna be something where the power is gonna be out for a long time, I'm sure. I mean, Puerto Rico there, Maria, that was hitting there back in 2017 in September, and some areas there in Maria, some areas in Maria and in Puerto Rico, there was a situation where there was just so much, power outage problems there. Some folks, it took nearly a year to get their power back on. It's just crazy to think about. Some areas are quite a bit less, sure, but some areas it took nearly a year because of remote areas. I'm sure you're gonna run into some of that same problem in Jamaica there. I know, as we're looking at things, tracking things. I know Puerto Rico, there's the size of it for comparison's sake there. And then here's Jamaica, similar size really, in terms of geography. And gotta, we'll see how many resources are in there though, because, there's a whole, United States here behind Puerto Rico, because it's part of the country. But Jamaica here, they're more even cut off in some ways, as we're tracking things here. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. Let me go ahead and pull up some of our views again. Just again, an awful situation. Historic in nature. That high wall there, right on the coast. When the center of the eye crosses, that's when you have the official landfall. There's your stadium effect here, folks. That's what a catastrophic hurricane looks like here in terms of some of the geography. Let me go ahead and kind of look here at some of the different places that we're talking about. Let me zoom out just a tad so I can get a little bit better perspective. I actually need to go back to infrared because I can see the lines better here. And then I will zoom back in a bit here as you're looking at, and we'll just kind of try to put the whole country on here as you're looking at this and tracking this here. I know, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest as we track this here. I'm not that familiar with their geography. I mean, I do have a degree in geography, but I'm trying to, look here at some, of this. I mean, of course, watching things, have a degree in meteorology here, and that's, the specialty that we talk about. But, I'm familiar with war geography, but this is not something that, we talk about very often. So I still have to kind of brush up on this a lot. When you get into the specifics, it's not stuff you really learn. So I'm going to look at some of these maps here off the screen that you're seeing, because we don't have that stuff plotted in here. I have the thing where I can put Jamaica on the screen, a certain, range here on the visual, but in terms of the zooming. But I'm just kind of looking at things here and tracking them. I know this is just south of Little Bay, it looks like. I'm zoomed in here a little. I'm just trying to get my bearings to make sure I'm seeing this right. It looks like we're a little bit closer to Salmon Point, maybe, with this. Just again trying to give you the latest. It's very hard here on this geography and that I don't have the infrared lined up with what you're seeing. I know this had moved some too, so some of the areas that were already in eye wall further to the south and east, I know it's going to lose some frames because it takes a second to load this high res stuff in here. You know, it's the way it's kind of, it makes it tricky here trying to figure out some of this just on the fly like this, but I know. Let me plot. I can plot something on here, kind of, sort of. But these are gonna be. Let's see, wind gust. Well, it's not coming up right now. The temperature. That's Kingston over there, by the way. I'll go back 4 hours, and then the 77 up there. That's where Montego Bay is. So, you know, we're gonna have bigger problems over that way. You know, in some ways from these, you know, eye wall conditions, than Kingston will. Kingston, my understanding, is where you have the airport, where, you know, that's kind of the hub here for Jamaica more so, and hopefully that'll help with aid here, obviously, as we're looking and tracking things, because they're not going to get hit as hard, but that surge still coming up in there very badly, I'm sure, based on just, you know, the knowledge of that here in the meteorology. Again, this is not, you know, area that we're talking about as much, but I mean, it's pretty, you know, broad area here with that eye wall. I'm trying to understand its geography here the best I can. As we look at things, as we track them. Just a very sobering sight here this morning. I know the devastation. I mean, it's a, you know, hurricane warning for all of Jamaica. So even if, you know, it's going to be way worse in some of these areas, sure, it's a situation here where, you know, everybody's getting into this to some degree in a very bad way. I mean, around here, you know, even takes maybe only winds to about hurricane force with a gust to cause the power outages. Pretty widespread. Irma, example of that here in north central Florida in 2017. Well, you're having that all over Jamaica pretty much. Maybe the, you know, far eastern end, not so much, you know, except for maybe tornadic circulations. We don't have like tornado warnings that we can pull up on here, but there could very well be some of those on this eastern side here that causing issues in and of themselves. So. But yeah, some of these different areas here, like the Black River. In fact, I think we have a hurricane center map. Yeah, so we're going to use this now. You know, we're not used to having a system just this, you know, big of a storyline outside the U.S., but we have the hurricane center map I can pull up then. They have the interactive map. So let me go ahead and pull that in real quick. I know they're a little hard to read, but you can see some of these communities. Black River there, Barbary Hill, if I'm pronouncing that right. Bluntler's there. St. Elizabeth. Some of these areas in Jamaica here, you know, that are getting it the worst. As we continue to track here. Again, some of these areas, you know, not as bad, and up here, it's more about that surge coming into Kingston, I would think. Hurricane warnings for everybody, though, but that's going to help some. You know, the rain's still terrible out there to the east. but with some aid in terms of the wind, it's not, maybe won't be tornado-like damage out in here as much. Just, I mean, there are occasional tornadoes, sure, but very possible. When we saw it in Milton, it was 80 degrees down there, so they could be getting some tornadoes there. Eastern side for sure. That's the thing about this hitting. If it hit on the east side and the west side, you wouldn't have the tornado threat. Since it is hitting on the west side, you're on the dirty side. Even if you're not getting the high wall, which is catastrophic, you're still getting lower end tornadoes probably in there, and some of that extreme flooding. And that's going to become a bigger story as the day goes on, with like rivers, I would think, that are just going to be completely, you think of Puerto Rico, you think of the rivers that are just going to be completely overflowing and the like here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Just an awful thing, awful situation, an awful sight here in Jamaica as this brings devastation here to that island nation. We're starting to get some of that eye to get on here now as you look, as you track. But it's the center of the eye. Technically, it's about the lowest pressure here. When that crosses, but that's, this similar storyline, obviously, as we look and track things here. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest on this catastrophic hurricane. That landfall is imminent. As we're looking toward Jamaica here, this total devastation as we're looking with Hurricane Melissa, Category 5. I know that hurricane name, like Michael, like Camille, like some of the other names, is going to live in infamy here, obviously, in the meteorology community. When you hear the name Melissa, just like Michael and Camille and Andrew, these names are just going to be ones you think of, the devastation that happened. As we look and as we track things here, I mean, it's, think of Dorian there in the Bahamas, obviously, Maria in Puerto Rico. Just an awful thing. Again, a catastrophe. Just a terrible, terrible situation. This is just, something that's so sobering to see here. But it's the reality here for these people. I know it really cuts it off because we don't have the range out here, but there is a lot of instability, a lot of rotational parameters. Don't know how bad it is here. We're kind of guessing since we're right on the fringe because it doesn't cover the island nation, but you got to think there's some tornadoes here on the eastern side over here, and in some of that northeastern quadrant here as you're looking and tracking things. We just continue to track. Just continue to give you guys the very latest here on Melissa. Let me see if there's any more updates I can find here. Again, one of the worst hurricanes in recorded global history. 892 millibars. I know some different storm chasers still reporting right now. Hopefully a lot of them, based on the pressures too, makes me, kind of think that they're in areas that aren't getting the absolute worst. But, think of the different damage. You think of, I mean, a lot of roofs were lost during Gilbert in 88. And, that's going to be an issue all over the place. And you're going to have to be aware that some folks, that are there, I mean, they might never get video out, but then other people that are not there may be trying to, with AI now, the advancements of that, just be aware that there could be videos that go around that say stuff different than what happens, and what has happened there. Is kind of a tricky situation in that regard because That's become so well versed now, but there's going to be, images that are just unfathomable, that are actually, true representation of what it's like there, and the winds are just going to be, ones that bring total devastation. So again, just something that's really unfathomable here, but that's the reality here this morning, as we're looking at, as you're tracking things here, as we give you guys the very latest on what's going on. I know the meso information also kind of cuts off, but you kind of see the signs of that lower pressure here. Those are meso overlay. Again, things that just keep getting worse, and a lot of these days before they get better. I mean, in the eye, it'll be, total calm, though. It's going to be like the sun's going to be out there in some of these different areas, and there's a lot of lightning too there. We can't see most of that there, but a lot of lightning, which is indicative of such a volatile storm system, historic in nature, obviously. I know we don't have the radar to show you guys here, but to compare it to a Cat 5, what we do have radar of, that would be Michael here back in 2018. Let me just go ahead and show you that here real quick. Remind you guys of what that looked like on radar. That fateful October 10th. Today's, October 28th. It's going to be another fateful day in weather history, obviously. Winds about 25 miles an hour higher with this in terms of the sustained winds. As we're looking and as we're tracking things. As we give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. Just kind of letting you guys know the storyline with this historic hurricane. It's just keeping everybody down there on my thoughts and prayers, obviously. And so we're looking at Jamaica here. Looking at this catastrophic category 5. As I'm going through some more details here behind the scenes. Again, just trying to look at more of this. I know you think of all the information here. Think of all the information in meteorology. You think of all the disasters here in meteorology. This is one of those that, in terms of the Caribbean, it's one of the worst I've ever seen. I'm sure the whole world is one of the worst we've ever seen, though. As we continue to give you guys the latest on all this. Just something that's, just textbook here in terms of the globe. I know you have different areas here, in that country that are never going to be the same after this. I mean, areas that are like Santa Cruz, for instance, that's pretty close by, even geographically, going to be around Montego Bay, and for some big basketball tournaments were over the years, college basketball, like season tournaments. And don't think they had one planned this year. Haven't had them in a few years from what I looked at the other day, but still, it's something where, some folks in the U.S. familiar with Montego Bay here. I mean, just, tourism in general, but I mean, just for perspective here, that Jamaica Classic took place there. It was on the CBS Sports Network. And some of the years during COVID, no tournament. I think the last one was in 2022. You had teams like Wake Forest out of the ACC participating, apparently. So, just for some of that perspective, Georgetown out of the Big East. So. just kind of telling that story there. As I continue to look here. And information here on Melissa. Let me check here some hurricane hunter information. They've been out there. You see these different readings. Let me just see here. I don't know that I wanted to check something on this. I'm gonna take off the infrared or really bounce down here. So yeah, you can see this is how they were coming into it earlier with the readings, gathering that. I know they had to they were kind of getting out of that there. It's just so volatile. And they got, some of these readings earlier on that were so sobering. So they jump in here with this. 192 millibars of surface pressure they got when they were in there, and some max surface winds 179 knots. I mean, that's just that tells that story. We're talking about winds there with that. Some of these higher gusts, no doubt, over 200 miles an hour here. And as we're looking and as we're tracking things, they're sending drop signs in there. They were, and I know the update from the NOAA hurricane hunters out of Lakeland. They sent out an update here on Facebook just a little while ago, I believe. I'm just going to try to make sure that's the group out of Lakeland. Maybe the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters, actually. Let me check that. Because it wasn't on that one Facebook page. Let me check another Facebook page here. Okay, out of Mississippi, the group out of Mississippi, then out of Keesler Air Force Base there, they're saying that a 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron there, known as the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters, is returning to its forward operating location in Caraco after encountering heavy turbulence today while entering the eye of Hurricane Melissa, Category 5 storm. During the event, the aircraft briefly experienced forces stronger than normal due to turbulence, and why this does not automatically indicate damage. Standard safety procedures require an inspection before returning to operations. And the 53rd Weather Squadron there, the WRS there, is an Air Force Reserve unit assigned to the 430. Let's try that again. The 403rd Wing there, the Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. So, again, as we continue to give you guys the latest on this, you see some of that eye coming there in toward parts of Jamaica as we look and as we track things here. Again, this is a historic situation. Normally, we wouldn't have a situation outside the U.S., not impacting the U.S. directly that we'd be talking about this long. But it's going to be really, sadly, some areas are going to be just, in ruins here, piles of rubble, and it's just going to be sobering. Trying to set the scene there for you. You think of maybe what the damage looked like in Joplin, Missouri there after that tornado in 2011, but this is going to be over a more widespread area, a lot more, as the winds will be sitting over these areas even longer. It's just as bad as it gets here in the meteorology world. One of the worst, so one of the lowest pressures ever there. In toward the basin again. That landfall here very soon. I know we'll be getting an update here in just a moment, Roy, from the Hurricane Center. That 12 o'clock update. It may even come out a few minutes early. We'll see. They may just, as we look, I think it's kind of jogging around a little bit here. These storms sometimes create their own, environment. As we're looking, as we're tracking things, I'll pull up the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale here. Because I'm going to kind of get another satellite image up here, that loop on that. As again, there's really, not much. I mean, during in the Bahamas, but there's not much that, is comparable here with this, this tragedy. We're talking about 185 here in the sustained winds. The Cat 5 number starts at 157. The Hurricane Center initially didn't even call micro 5 at landfall. They now, reanalyzed it later on, and in the post-analysis went to 160. But this is 185, what we're seeing right now. These measurements are just absolutely awful here as we're looking at the situation, as we're kind of tracking things here, as we're giving you guys the very latest on the scenario. This is something that is unfathomable, really. I know we have like minute by minute satellite on the meso floater here that I'm about to show you guys. Yeah, this is trying to come on in. I think it, honestly, may be a little while longer before we have landfall based on what I'm seeing here on the loops. So what we're going to show you here, though, is that you'll see it for yourself here as we're looking, as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys the very latest on the situation. Let me just show you this loop here as we're watching everything. You can just see how it's been approaching here. And this loop goes back 4 hours. So this goes minute by minute, though, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. Each of these frames is a minute. It just shows you the power, the raw power of Mother Nature here, tragically, as we're looking here toward Jamaica. You see some of the colder cloud tops, even, just kind of with the thunderstorm tops at the beginning of this, but it's just everywhere to, the different waves of energy coming across here. It's just mind-boggling, really, some of this imagery that we're showing you here of Jamaica. Again, it's never going to look the same in parts of that country. It's just going to be, total tragedy here for some of the eastern fringes. And, a lot of folks will probably end up, you think about after Katrina in New Orleans, a lot of folks moved to Houston and other places, and maybe eventually moving back. Going to Jamaica, hopefully folks will be able to move back one day, but a lot of folks will probably move into the eastern part of the country there to, rebuild their lives. Again, we talked about it before about evacuating, days ago. You can rebuild your home, and, your life in general, if you don't get, tragically killed by this hurricane, that can be rebuilt, but if you're in harm's way, then that can't be, rebuilt. Obviously, if something, one of the different hazards tragically, claims, the lives here, but you can try to rebuild your story here with this, as if you're not in the path of this directly and or experience one of the hazards. I mean, you could still have deadly conditions in the eastern part with the tornadoes, but it's, there will be areas where people, you would think, could be able to, inhabit here, but some of these areas will be completely, and are, as we're speaking, probably becoming uninhabitable here for a very long time. As we look and as we track this hurricane, this catastrophic storm, bringing devastation here to Jamaica. Again, just this awful, awful thing here. As we look toward Jamaica here, just unfathomable, in the eye. It's just completely calm. Just completely calm. I mean, if we had correlation coefficient, there might be birds trapped in it, though, because this is so calm. As you're, they're out trying to get out of the storm. I don't have like that here, but that product, but you just get the idea here of what we're looking at, what we're tracking, and it's just something that is just so sobering, just absolutely remarkable in such a terrible, terrible way. This, obviously the big weather headline here. As we look and as we track things here, I mean, sadly, that death and destruction going to be immense here in Jamaica in the wake of this tragedy. Again, this is meteorology-wise, meteorologically, this is something where it's like a perfect, in a terrible way, concentric eye wall here, as we're giving you guys the latest. But it's very, very terrible what we're dealing with here, but we're tracking. Just again, trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. I know concentric eye wall, that might, not be the exact right term, but just call it the eye wall here, because that would indicate maybe a rebuilding here of this. But I mean, when you're looking at it from the broad perspective, that's a little bit harder to pick out than when we had radar. So it kind of we don't have all the tools in the toolkit here. And the hurricane hunters, it doesn't sound like we're going to have any more data coming through from them, because they just had to kind of think about themselves, because their lives could have been in danger here, based on having to inspect the aircraft now in the wake of this, because of the issues that they experienced because of the raw power. I know they had to return to Caraco. There, you kind of saw that on there a minute ago, after they experienced stronger than normal turbulence. So you can kind of see here some of that circle in there, and then you'll kind of see it as they go down, and you saw how they kind of went due south on that there, and trying to get out of this, but they gotta, the data's good and all, but we know it's bad, and just gotta, we already gonna have a lot of lives lost, already seeing reports of fatalities, and as we've looked over, as this has been approaching, and then the numbers are just going to get worse and worse. It's about trying to minimize loss of life here, whether it's the people in Jamaica, even whether it's journalists, storm chasers, the actual hurricane hunters. This is a tragedy of epic proportions here as we approach the lunch hour here in that eastern time zone in the United States. Again, you see this catastrophic hurricane coming on in here. I mean, they're already, obviously, they've been getting an eye wall there as we're looking and as we're tracking things in toward Jamaica. Again, just seeing the devastation, it's just going to be immense here. You think about Dorian in the Bahamas in 2019, similar, but probably more areas here because it's hidden. It's not just the island here or there. This is an island nation that's all together geographically. As we continue to give you guys the very latest, there's your visible satellite, which tells a story that's just so awful, quite honestly, with this Category 5, this catastrophic Category 5 hurricane. Again, we're awaiting that update here. We'll probably just switch over to infrared here just a little bit as we're playing things out. By the way, here in North Central Florida this morning, we're only 63 degrees because, the overall pattern. I know we've had just the, for instance, that point's a little bit more cloudy, and that can kind of keep temperatures down some up here. As we had some of that rain yesterday in spots, but nothing like what they're going to see. We're talking about feet of rain, multiple feet of rain in toward the Bahamas there. Maybe up there, but talking about Jamaica, obviously, that's what we're talking. Bahamas are gonna be hit too to some degree, but let me clear that up as we've been on for a while. The Bahamas, they're gonna have rain too. It's not like they're not, but I mean, some areas in the Bahamas there could end up getting 10 inches, but when I say feet, it's multiple inches there, but in Jamaica, multiple feet, where some areas could get 40 inches still. That's what the Hurricane Center is calling for. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides likely. Eastern Cuba, some amounts could get to 25 inches there. Again, the Bahamas, multiple inches, I meant to say there. Up to 10 inches there. Developing later today and continuing into Wednesday. But in Jamaica, catastrophic hurricane force winds are spreading over there within the eye wall. Hurricane Melissa, violent Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, and total structural failure is likely near the path of Melissa, especially in higher elevation areas where wind speeds are tough. And on the windward side of hills and mountains could be up to 30% stronger. Do not venture out in the eye as winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall. You just got the 12 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center. They're still going at 185 max sustained, pressure at 892, which is crazy to even say here. on the air. That's just so deep, that's so low, so terrible. I mean, your ears are popping at certain levels, and that's just even way worse than that. I know we may not really see much change. They don't have that many ratings. I know there are some sites over there, but we don't really have the numbers for that, in terms of some of these winds. But the 12 o'clock update, they're still not quite calling it a landfall. I don't think it quite is based on what we were seeing here as we were looking. But 185 on the max sustain. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place to the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can also avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. Even that's just how bad this is going to be here, folks. It is right now. Even this is in progress, folks. This, in some areas, that's how bad it is right now. The harrowing conditions, debris flying everywhere, just is not, ending. This is, you think about what happened in South Florida, Homestead during Andrew, but worse than that even. People are needing to put mattresses over their head, needing to have helmets on. This is a windstorm of epic proportions, and then the rains is coming in some areas that'll get 40 inches as well. And again, we heard up to 30%, stronger winds in some of these higher areas here. So let me do the math on that real quick. As we're looking, 30% stronger. So that mean, that could mean, we're talking about gusts over 200, but let's just go with the sustained winds. 185 there, miles an hour, and then you add up. You add more to that. I mean, it's just sobering. I'm, just absolutely awful there. I mean, another 30% of that, that's another 60 miles an hour. So, actually, right there at that number. As we look and as we track that, 30%, of 185, as I do that calculation real quick. That's 55.5, so, that's so, you add that to 185, we're talking about maybe sustained winds, that are well over in some of these high terrain areas, the highest terrain, well over 200 miles an hour, and gusts there, I mean, could be, maybe even approaching, I don't know, it doesn't even sound possible, but based on these calculations, we're talking about gusts maybe close to 250 miles an hour here, which is just shredding everything left and right. I mean, it's just, you think of the Gerald tornado, for instance, how it's hard to find anything left after that, and that's probably how it's going to be here. A Gerald tornado in the 90s in North Texas, but it's going to be over a wider area here. Just going to be hard to find anything. It's just going to be, sitting over these areas with these type of winds. It's just going to be, you don't have it. It's like putting everything in a shredder here. As bad as it sounds, everything's just going to be shredded to pieces here, which is just absolutely there's almost no words for that, really. And so we're looking, as I say, the visible satellite now. The last 4 hours, we kind of run this through that concentric Iowa, that's the potential sometimes when you have rebuilding, but this right here is just, we're showing you, talking about a stadium effect is something that we were familiar with in Hurricane Ian that we were showing you live on the air. And we had all the different radars and wind speeds here. Of course, it's different because it's in, it's in another country, but, as we're looking here, but it's just going to be terrible in the aftermath of this with Melissa, as this comes on in here in Jamaica. That landfall is imminent. It could happen this hour as we're looking here and as we're tracking things. I know it's about where the lowest pressure hits here of this hurricane, but they're going to probably just use the estimates based on the visible satellite here to kind of determine that. Again, it's a historic monster hurricane. Hurricane season in the continental U.S. I know we had Barry and the rain that, helped to cause all that devastation in the Texas Hill Country July 4th, but, the remnants of that merged there. But other than that, it's been a very quiet hurricane season, really. And now, obviously, this right here, makes things, for that area there, this name will never be used again. It'll be retired for sure. This is not a quiet storm. This is one of the worst storms I've ever seen in the history of, the globe. I mean, it's been coming on in here on these poor folks here in Jamaica here. That's what we're talking about with Melissa, Jamaica, being, devastated here by this tragedy as we speak here. That people just seeing that devastation left and right, obviously, with this. You just see the volatile nature of this tragedy in motion here. Again, it brings devastation to Jamaica. It's just absolutely awful. It's just absolutely tragic. It's just absolutely devastating. It's horrific, and it's gonna, I say take time to clean up, but in some cases it's just gonna be impossible. It's just gonna be a complete starting over here. I don't know how, it's not the U.S., so I'm not sure how it works, if there's insurance and, the like over there, but let me just look that up, quite honestly. Sometimes, you have to kind of look that stuff up on the fly here. That's, we're off camera, so it makes that a little easier. I mean, do they even have insurance over there in Jamaica? Apparently they do, based on, what I'm seeing here. So we'll just have to see how, we think about hurricanes here in Florida in the insurance industry. We're going to have to see how it impacts the insurance, industry over there in Jamaica. So, for property insurance and the like. So, as you go ahead and continue to watch this here, it's just a tragedy here. I know maybe you're at lunch right now watching across the, local area here in Florida, South Georgia, just the U.S. and Eastern time zone, and you're seeing this, and it's just terrible here. It's just really, it's about sending thoughts and prayers here at this point. I mean, it's just terrible when you look at this. It's just absolutely, a monster hurricane coming on in as we look at Jamaica here. It's just barreling on in here. And you see all the different, intricacies of a terrible, terrible hurricane. Again, Jamaica being slammed here. Jamaica seeing the devastation. Obviously not, a place I'm familiar with. I've never visited there outside the U.S., but just, just a storyline that we continue to monitor, obviously, because of, I mean, it's just unbelievable here that we're seeing this. We're seeing, sometimes nice sunsets can be, the beauty of Mother Nature here. We're seeing the ugly side, unfortunately, of Mother Nature here today toward Jamaica with this catastrophic hurricane. This catastrophic hurricane, that's, Cat 4, Cat 5, but it's going to be catastrophic for a while. 185. You'd have to get there, and I'll pull it up here for you guys. You have to get here to under 130 to not be considered catastrophic even, so I kind of tell that story for sure. As we look at things, as we track things, and this is what it actually would look like from space. The one with the color just helps to kind of identify where the higher moisture levels are and the like. But this is actually what it looks like from space here with the visible satellite. That's the infrared. This is the water vapor that really highlights moisture. But this is your infrared satellite here. As you see some of that eye, once you have that center of the eye get across, that's when you have landfall. It looks like about 4 miles away from that. So the speed on this update here, let's see what they had it at. Okay, they actually had it at 9. So that means probably less than a half an hour away from landfall here. So, okay, here's what I think we're going to do right now. Let me pull up the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale here. Again, one more time, the catastrophic conditions here, obviously, it's just It's just an awful thing. It's just absolutely just, it's as bad as it gets here, folks. It's as bad as it gets as we're looking at the storyline here in the meteorology. It's something where it's going to be for those that survive a harrowing experience. You hear about stories after Hurricane Andrew, or people that are like recording this on voice recorders or their phone or something like that. They're going to be just, listening to that here, thinking, how do they make it through this for the rest of their life? As we look here through this, and they'll probably be thinking about the others. It could be friends and family that didn't make it here, with all that surge coming and all that flooding, all that horrific wind gust, well over 200 miles an hour, which is the force of a EF5 tornado here. You think of the tornadoes that hit like Joplin, and we're talking about just incredibly terrible winds over areas not just confined here, but over a lot of areas. We'll have, some actual tornadoes on the eastern side, but, it's just tornado-like wind damage all over the place is the storyline there. As we're tracking this, as we're monitoring this here, it's just, an unfathomable tragedy here as we look at Jamaica again, just absolutely unfathomable here as we look at what's going on over there. And so what we're going to do, we're probably just going to mainly for the rest of this generally have a satellite stream because there's only so much we can say, but I will cut back in when we have the official landfall designated. I will cut back in when that happens here. So just make sure, you're keeping an eye on this, obviously. I mean, there's not that much we can do, but, if you want to know when that landfall happens, I'll break back in when that happens. But that'll probably be the extent of it, other than just leaving the satellite up here. So we're just going to leave this on up, and that official landfall, the center of the eye, the lowest pressure, the 892 millibars, give or take, that comes across. So we'll pop back in then when that happens. Otherwise, going to just leave this on up here. This catastrophic hurricane bringing devastation to Jamaica. A tragedy here for these folks. This is something that, there's only so much we can say about this. It's just, it's going to change lives forever, and that's, for people that make it through. I know Nicole's praying there. It seems on YouTube there with, the praying hand emoji. It's just, but everybody, that's about all we can do right now here, most of us. This terrible tragedy hitting Jamaica, this terrible Cat 5 historic hurricane. I'll be back when landfall occurs with an update. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, keeping everybody in Jamaica in my thoughts and prayers.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on the air right now here just after 1 o'clock Eastern here in toward the Eastern time zone in the U.S. as we are tracking toward Jamaica. The official landfall now here of Category 5 Melissa that has just been designated. It happened here near the community of New Hope. And also, I know around the Black River area as well. Just a devastating situation here, folks. We have a 185 mile an hour hurricane that we're dealing with those maximum sustained winds with even higher gusts. So go ahead and put up the stats here now onto the screen. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Landfall has occurred. Images, though, out of the hardest hit areas, they will be unfathomable. I know sometimes right now you can get some of the live cameras out of areas closer to like Kingston, storm surge concerns there, some flooding concerns, but the winds are much worse as we get much worse as we get further off toward the west there. With this catastrophic Category 5 storm. Again, just a terrible thing that's happening there in Jamaica. Again, max sustained winds 185 miles an hour. The present movement northeast at 9. That might be the only thing that's, not quite as concerning on here, and that it is picking up a little bit of forward speed. It's taking a little more time to hit, and it's going to eventually be getting, picked up, in terms of that forward speed, and that'll keep increasing. So the rainfall numbers, we might have a little more trouble getting to some of those 40-inch totals, especially outside of like mountainous areas. Mountainous areas are still going to have those, type of totals, but the winds are going to be, even worse than maybe we were thinking, especially in toward parts of the western section there of Jamaica where we're talking about total devastation. Again, Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica near New Hope with estimated maximum sustained winds of 185 miles an hour and an estimated minimum central pressure of 982 millibars, 26.34 inches. It's an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. The Weather Service, the Hurricane Center reminding us of that. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over. I know probably don't have many people watching from Jamaica, but these important tips there for these folks as the winds will quickly increase on the back side of this, and that rapid increase there is so severe. Residents should remain in place to the pass of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's like a tornado situation. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can also avoid fallen trees. It's the safest place you can be in there inside of a building, and you can cover yourself with a mattress. That was talked about during Andrew in 92. And you might want to wear a helmet to protect yourself from the debris, because obviously a piece of debris hitting you in the head, that could be a tragedy there. At the type of speeds we're talking about, especially. There's a chance of, objects, not to get too graphic. I mean, there's a chance that the winds could be so bad that objects like pieces of wood could impale people. That's just awful here, folks, what we're talking about with these type of winds, these type of conditions here. Again, an awful tragedy here in Jamaica. The official landfall just occurring here. That's why we're breaking in right now. It has made landfall now near the community of New Hope with estimated maximum sustained winds of 185 miles an hour. This is not too far from the Black River area. I know, just in general, when you have mountains, you have rivers, you have flooding like this involved, it's not going to be a good combination here. And, we have all these winds and you have the surge, in some areas maybe 13 feet. It's just an awful mixture here, folks. For lack of a better term, an awful concoction of weather hazards here coming together to create tragedy here in Jamaica. But these winds, they stand out. That's like a sore thumb, that minimum central pressure making landfall. We just don't see stuff like this, folks. The minimum central pressure, this is, tied there with that Labor Day hurricane in 1935. That is the strongest ever hit there in the continental U.S. In terms of that minimum central pressure, that barometric pressure. So just an awful situation here. Again, we're not getting into the full scope of this for a while, because it's a situation. You're going to see maybe cameras out of Kingston. It's still going to be bad in some areas. Don't get me wrong here, but the total just devastation, total shredding of trees and in homes, and where you might just be seeing the foundation left there. It might take a little while for those images to trickle out. Some of those areas may be more populated, but others less populated, and it may take time. And by then you gotta think. Sadly, some of the attention already be diverted away. As we move along in the news cycle, and by the time the images of the destruction really come out here, some of that, you know, focus you'll be seeing the initial images maybe that aren't as bad in parts of Jamaica, that island nation, and maybe you'll think, some areas were spared, which would be, that's true, but some areas are going to just see and suffer from total devastation, you remember what we saw in parts of the Bahamas during Dorian, something like that, but maybe we're a little bit wider area even than that, and, as those images trickle out, it's just going to be heartbreaking here, obviously, in this type of instance. Just an absolutely heartbreaking type of sight here that we're dealing with as we're looking and as we're tracking things. It's just again, unfathomable, really, as we're looking at the overall meteorological situation. I know, you're just going to be seeing things, it's going to be, eventually you'll be able to see, what happened there. But again, it may take a while to really, be able to see the full scope of that devastation there. And we're talking about just an awful, awful set of circumstances. Let me go ahead and I'm going to show you the infrared satellite from a broader perspective. It's not headed toward Florida, but I just want to show it to you in perspective of Florida. It's not as big of a hurricane in terms of size as some, and that's helped it to strengthen, as and get as strong as it has gotten. But I'll go ahead and show you that now here on the other source. You can just kind of see it in perspective. You see some of the outer clouds there actually getting close to Miami. I know the influence here of Melissa, that pattern, some other weather makers involved, even though it wasn't close to like Mexico Beach, which, that's an ironic location considering we had Michael there in 2018. That was such a bad hurricane. They actually had a, tornado with the different boundaries we were seeing, and then the pressure pattern. We had that terrible flooding in Central Florida on Sunday, but the Weather Service Tallahassee had just confirmed here a little while ago an EF1 tornado. Well, we were watching that live or with you, the coverage, we had of that yesterday, that it was an EF1 tornado there that hit Mexico Beach yesterday, and have a full statement out about that later on. So I know I'll have a full update late tonight, and, we talk about some of the different forecast stories here and the like. So that'll be, something that we talk about in terms of just the overall weather patterns and cool air coming in. That's, helped to save us here locally, and that it's an overall situation here where this system, is not coming toward our area, which is great news. I know the overall pattern, we are seeing coastal, flood conditions a little bit and the rip current risk, but it's not something that's dissimilar from what we've seen with some of this pattern here lately locally. But as I broaden it out, you do see a slight risk now. It's gone up, we saw a tornado risk get introduced here and started to become a little more prominent toward the Texas-Louisiana border today. So just real quick mentioning that. That'll be something that I know folks will be looking at there in toward that area, there as we look ahead in the timeline, in terms of the United States weather stories today. But getting back to Jamaica here and Melissa, I know, again, just an awful, awful situation here. Just, again, it's unfathomable. It's hard to put into words how bad this is going to be for some of these areas. It's just, again, something that, takes your breath away, really, as we're looking at Melissa, as we're tracking this. Again, it is a situation here where we're expecting, there eventually, once the images come out, there'll just be total devastation. There won't be anything left in some of these areas with just, level of destruction that we're anticipating. But again, some areas are going to be spared more over to the eastern side of Jamaica. So I know you'll see some of those images, live images even, and think, well, okay, well, I'm not seeing the other images. So, and, and we're in the daylight. So you're saying, well, some areas are spared, which that's, good, because we'll need prices, as bad as it sounds, for, just the supplies to come in to help people, for the other areas that are literally probably going to have to relocate here, because it's going to be so awful there in the other part of Jamaica. I know Kingston's the capital, and they're not going to get a hit, as hard, and get hit as hard, near as hard in terms of the winds as these areas, right there near the eye wall, especially with Melissa. Again, you see here that, area purple, that's showing where some of the strongest winds being noted, and, both, and I'll put up one more time, the circle, the wind field from the 11 a.m. update, and then the Hurricane Hunters were out there. They had to leave. It was just so bad, the turbulence there and the like, and they needed to go ahead and make sure the plane's in good shape. So they went down to Caraca there just to, get out of this there. Need to, inspect things, but we're finding winds just extraordinary. Some of these mountainous areas, it's not impossible because of the 30% increase in terms of as you go up with height. Some of these areas in the mountainous areas, as bad as it sounds, could get gusts upward to 250 miles an hour here, folks. Again, just absolutely just unfathomable here, horrific every way you want to talk about it. In terms of the additives, really do describe this. As you see here, that's one view. Let me get a lot clearer though on this, and that shows you there that stadium effect as it comes across Jamaica here. This destructive hurricane, this terrible meteorological tragedy, this meteorological force here in terms of Melissa making landfall. I know the name will be retired, never going to get used again after what's happening here. Again, a global tragedy, one of the worst natural disasters we've ever seen here in terms of tropical cyclones. I mean, you've had the numbers, after tsunamis can be way worse, but otherwise this is about as bad as it gets. I mean, just expecting, so many fatalities here as we're tracking things. I'll broaden the view out again to see the island nation a little bit more here. I'll go ahead and go to infrared again. Your water vapor again. When you have a fissile landfall, that's because as the lowest pressures come across land, and based on infrared satellite, that is really the center of the eye is what you're talking about. If you had really measurements all over the place, they might designate it a little bit different here and there, but the center of the eye has crossed now. The center of the eye, and I'm just kind of approximating. It's probably, as I, look at it here, somewhere around there, so that we have this overland now to weaken some. I know, the mountains will have some impact on it, but the mountains are also going to lead to, just extraordinary flooding here. You see some of the terrain of Jamaica as we look at that here with the geography and the like. I know, assuming some of these areas are pretty rural, but right at the coast, you can kind of just see it from the, this isn't a clear satellite ever, because we don't, we're not generally looking at these areas, but you can kind of just tell some of these areas are really rural out here with the green in general, but then some of these areas at the coast, you have population, it would seem, at least, and some areas up the coast have even more population here. As we're looking and tracking things, and yeah, those areas in that eye wall right over here are just taking it on the chin there for sure. As we're looking and as we're tracking things there in Jamaica. So again, that's just, it tells our weather story, obviously. This terrible, terrible situation, as we're looking there, as we're giving you guys the latest updates. I'm going to just kind of, you see that community there in the eye wall, and I'm zooming out here for perspective's sake with this, as we try to give you guys the very latest on all this. I know, again, just a terrible thing that's happening. That's right around, it looks like, that Black River area, give or take, as we're giving you guys the very latest on Melissa there, with some of these impacts, just really, as I kind of hold on in for that specific spot, again, with the geography here, just trying to give you guys the very best information I can. I know this looks to be somewhere around maybe Salmon Point there. Communities like Little London apparently in here. Again, the official landfall is designated around New Hope with that center of the eye. So let me go ahead and kind of put that back on here. I know, just trying to give you an idea here of what's going on with this here. Again, these are areas that we really never talk about, so it's something where, we're just kind of having to look at this on the fly even a little bit. In that it's not an area I've really ever looked at much geographically, so just trying to give you some perspective here on all this. Again, the landfall near the community of New Hope, there's communities like Little Bay in there and the like. Let me just go ahead and take the marker information off and zoom out again, just kind of trying to give you an idea of some of the communities you might hear about on the national and international broadcast in the weeks to come, maybe days to come, but it's going to be hard to get into some of these areas here unless, somehow maybe Starlink satellite or something like that, getting the signal out, but it's going to be really hard for communication here in these areas before, maybe some of the attention gets lost because, when this hits on the eastern side, of Jamaica, the issues that they're seeing there. There's tornadoes, sure, but it's not anything to the level of the western side of Jamaica, Ventolino, Montego Bay. Even though they're on the northern side, they're still going to get it very badly. That's one of the more populated areas, the more recognizable areas that are going to get it pretty badly here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. Even though it is a situation here where maybe you wouldn't necessarily think that it would make it all the way across at that full force, but it pretty much will. Maybe not, right at 185, but it's still probably about a Cat 5 here, as it's making its way across, and then it'll be weakening some on its way toward Cuba. Forecast for about a Cat 3 up there around Guantanamo Bay. It may still be a Cat 4. We'll see how, how much the mountains can break it up some. I mean, there has been just a very, it's hard to even call it decay, but a little bit of a very, if you look close, I'll back it up. Let me zoom out some. It was a little bit more in terms of the total cloud tops 4 hours ago than it is now. So the winds maybe not quite be 185 at landfall. When they do the post analysis, they might change it one way or the other just a little bit as possible. But it's hard to say that they just, they don't have the aircraft in there now. They had to leave the system because it's so bad. So it's a situation here where, we're doing some estimating. Don't have all the wind sensors in here, in terms of what we can see on the air, at least like we can in the United States. But again, there are some measurement sites there. I just don't have really access to them. So you guys on the air here, but let me go ahead and just, again, there's your hurricane, some of the information as we kind of look at that track, headed up toward, areas of eastern Cuba, in the Bahamas there, still pretty formidable in the eastern Bahamas here, Cat 2, give or take, as we're getting into tomorrow here, and into the early Thursday, even maybe lingering. I know, it's not moving quite as slow, and it took time to get there a little bit more, so the patterns are allowing it to speed up a bit, so some of these rainfall totals may not be, there's still going to be feet of rain in these areas, but they may, they may be this very, slightly lower, but these mountainous areas are still, it doesn't even take, the thing is, with Helene and with like eastern Kentucky flooding a few years ago, some of these mountainous areas, it doesn't take 40 inches to cause catastrophic flooding. It might only take 5 or 10 inches, especially if it comes pretty quick. So, it still might not make much of a difference. It still could be just a complete disaster with the flooding in some of these spots that don't have the complete disaster because of the wind, but some will be a mix of both. And then storm surge disaster in some of these areas, that's where Kingston comes in, where that could be an area where they have some of that coming on in there. So again, talking about that landfall happening here right around 1 o'clock Eastern our time. I believe they're Eastern time there, but they're 12 o'clock because they're in standard time. As we're looking out there, but that minimum central pressure 892. It feels like we should be saying that like 982, but no, 892. That's how strong, that's how bad, that's how powerful this pressure is. That's just unbelievable. But that's the case there. Landfall has occurred, and images out of the hardest hit areas will be unfathomable. Again, 185 miles an hour at its max sustained winds. Again, this graphic just looks like it's not even real, these type of numbers, but that's the case here, tragically. This is a very real, very terrible threat that's, really overtaken some of these areas there and or part of Jamaica as we're looking at things and tracking things here with the weather story. As we go ahead and say this is just to compare it. Of course, this isn't in the continental U.S. It's not in the continental U.S., but, the Labor Day hurricane that hit the Keys there in 1935 and then went up into Florida, that's the only one that compares in recorded history in terms of the winds hitting the U.S. The same pressure even. So the same wind, same pressure. It's the only one that's an equal pretty much to what we've seen here today in Jamaica for anything that's hit the U.S. There's been some around the world, sure, that, the numbers may even be a little worse, but, you think of different global hurricanes, you have typhoons, and, that's just a different name for it, different basins. You have, like areas there on the Philippines that can get hit and the like, but, in the Atlantic Basin, we don't see stuff like this. One of the lowest pressures ever anyway in the Atlantic Basin, and that's just, compared to the ones that don't hit. But Labor Day hit, this is the same wind, same pressure, 892 millibars, 185-mile-an-hour wind sustained, behind a gust well over 200 miles an hour, which is the force there of an EF5 tornado. This is tornado-like winds over a wide area here, folks. Total devastation. That's why it's like important to treat this like a tornado situation. If you're away from windows, put that football helmet on, bicycle helmet on, something like that. Again, it's just such a terrible, terrible thing as we're looking into toward these areas here. As we look at the different numbers and the like here. And just to kind of put things into, perspective with that rainfall forecast, just so many inches, some, and feet of rain in some cases, and then storm surge, some areas getting upward to 13 feet, potentially there. I don't have the exact measurements yet, but just based on some forecast there, around Kingston, maybe it's a little worse for the west because Kingston got, they are, decently far away from the center, but, remember Helene hit, how Tampa got all that surge, and it was still very far away. So, that surge of water coming up that's life-threatening in those coastal communities, and some of those, water areas there as well could have some big-time problems with, with that flooding, adding to the other kind of flooding, even not in the hardest hit areas. So again, there's just so many, facets to this tragedy here. Again, it's going to be a story that we track for many, days, weeks to come. It's going to be the rebuilding process that takes months and years, and some areas probably won't ever, definitely won't ever be the same. It's so tragic, so awful here as we're looking towards some of these different spots. It's just, just absolutely terrible, and it's just, there's not many adjectives to describe it. As we're looking, as we're tracking things, there's not many words, to put this, into perspective that fit this quite right. I know we'll continue to watch. We'll have a formal update late tonight there, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. So make sure you tune in there, but we'll keep this going for the next several hours probably as this goes across there, Jamaica, with this just fury. Nature's fury on full display there in Jamaica today with Category 5 catastrophic hurricane Melissa here again. Just a terrible thing, a terrible situation. 157s were Cat 5 starts were at 185. That just tells you how bad this is. How bad this is here, folks. Just awful, awful stuff. You're going to have, gas leaks, all sorts of problems. You have, you remember the Moore tornado in 2013 there in Oklahoma. That was devastating over a small area with, problems, death and destruction. So over a large area, somewhat similar to Dorian. They hit the Bahamas in 2019. At one point we thought might head toward Florida, but didn't. But it's something here. Where this is over, there's a bigger land mass being impacted. There's mountains here too. Now that can help weaken it some, but there's a lot, more. There's winds at higher peaks can be a bigger problem. You can have flooding all over the place here, and that can be very, very problematic here. It's just there's so many intricacies that make this so serious and so severe. but some of those areas here, as you're looking, as you're tracking things, I know you just have all these problems here. You have all these problems on full display as we're looking toward Jamaica, and it's just a tragedy of epic proportions. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap it for now. Let me go ahead and I'll pull that infrared satellite back up here as we pull the other view, up here from that source. We're going to leave that on up here and not planning to cut back into this stream as there's just only so much you can say. It's not something we have just every data feed coming in like in the U.S. But there's that look, there's that view. Landfall happening near the community of New Hope about 30 minutes ago or so is when that statement got sent out by the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service's National Hurricane Center there in Miami, Florida. As I know we're watching this, it's hidden in the U.S., but it's a tragedy that's going to be, a big global story here. Jamaica being devastated, at least parts of it, total devastation, as we're looking there. I know this eye here, as we're looking at things, the center of that eye, as I kind of look, you see we're still getting temperature readings out of Kingston. Kingston over there, they're about 70 miles from that center of that eye. I mean, they're closer to the eye wall than that. But my point is here, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, they're not, getting the full fury of this there in Kingston. So when you see images out of there, it still could be bad with surge and flooding and even tornado damage maybe in some of these spots, but it's going to be way, way worse. It's going to be like, a tornado of extreme strength going over a wide area there. Western Jamaica, Montego Bay, one of those areas on the northern side, it's going to be even seeing worsening conditions here that are going to be very, very serious. So just an awful, awful scenario. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, wrapping it on up. We're going to leave this infrared satellite running here to tell that weather story. We don't have the radar we can say on this system, like we would if it was in the U.S., continental U.S. or even in Puerto Rico, but Hawaii, something like that. But it still tells a story of a historic situation. Keeping everybody in Jamaica, folks, in my thoughts and prayers. It's just so awful. Again, thoughts and prayers to Jamaica.